That's my day. So okay. Lagging. Jesus. So I need it to delete the file so it regenerates the level. Okay. So I'm gonna get lights printing now. The lights from the level format. So I have them being loaded in a separate method now. Let's see. I added this lights thing that basically does a bunch of similar stuff as the model class. And it just loads and gives you back the light data. I have not tested it. But it's not even getting here. I guess I can fix that. So, okay, I see what I have left to do. So I have some level A, B, B. I also have to have level directional lights, which is a 3. That's not quite right. There's too much here. Here's how I think I'm gonna do this. Deers, colors, intensities. I can just go there. Okay. Light deers, light colors, light intensities. We'll just do that then. And if this is the only place this is used, okay, so when you're resolving the dependencies of the shader, it's finding all the various areas it needs to be injected and then it's sticking a string in there. So really, I feel like this guy should be giving you a string instead of t printing arbitrarily. Yeah. Pretty sure. This isn't exactly how it should work either, but It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not certain how to do this, so I have to look at something. Oh, I have to post in the Discord. Ba-ba. So something in here has a type, okay. And that is the run info tag. So if it is an array, then I can just cast whatever has that type to type info array. I guess. So I guess this? Probably. So now I have my array info. Okay. So I'm gonna reuse this. I really need to reuse this. Yeah. So I'm kind of doing this in the wrong order because it's gonna have to call back into this method, but that's fine. But basically, from here, I'm gonna get the element type. I need to construct an any though, which now it's weird. I mean, I maybe don't have to construct an any if I can cast this myself. Did you use to work developing these for Oculus? You used to work at Oculus. At Oculus. How did you know that? You mean John Carmack? I did. He worked in Dallas, but I messaged him a few times for a project, and then I went to Dallas once and met with him in person for a meeting. Cool guy. I like John Carmack. Too bad. Too bad he couldn't actually make decisions for the company to the degree that would have been useful. Like politically. Yeah, what do I do? So this gives me this. I could cast this back to a type, but I have to do it at runtime if I want to cast it, I think. I don't think I can cast to something that's runtime. Also, it's in your Twitter bio, by the way. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's some places, but I didn't think it was on my stream. So, can I do that? If this... I don't think I can, man. Can't cast as something... I mean, what I could do, though, is get the type. No. And then... Yeah, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go with this. I just really kind of want, I don't want an any. But any makes stuff like this so easy. Okay, let me actually open up the how-tos. I need to know exactly how any works. Don't I have them open? Yeah. Any... You assigned it to A. This might end up being hard. Like, I have to reconstruct the any myself. Okay, like this. Type is type info, value pointer is memory. That's probably all I have to do. Cool. So... Okay, let's... Yeah, so how do I do this even? I guess I need a builder. And then hopefully it has an allocator. I can make it temp and oh wait, does that matter? Yeah, it does. I guess. Okay, so then I can go through all of my elements somehow. Oh man. How do I even do that? This is compile time array count. What does that mean? This is the array type, so it can be fixed or view or resizable, and then I'd have to cast it to one of those things of element type info. So even that is hard to do because I just don't think I'm allowed to do that. I mean, I guess I could try. So you cast this to a type pointer, and then you take this whole thing and you dereference it down to a type. So here's my type. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm for sure not actually allowed to do this now that I'm thinking about it. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, but I can do it. I can do this probably. Okay. So what you do is, the thing is I have to know the array size. I could easily only allow compile time sizes for now. If array info array count. What do I do? Is 0. Cert. It has to be more than 0. Non-fixed arrays not currently supported, although it would be easy. It doesn't really make sense to have a non-fixed array anyways, because it's going into a GLSO. Well, I guess you could. Anyways. Okay, so now I have a size. So what happens is you say for, I guess, append into the builder resolve dependency value. Whoops. I have to construct a new any element. Is an any element dot type is array info. Well, this. Okay, actually, I should base it on array type. So, and it's not even compile time. If it's fixed, you do this stuff. Otherwise, assert. Same error message. Value pointer. So I don't know what this is. Well, I guess I kind of do. So this is a value pointer to the fixed array, and so... God. I do need a... I need a size. Size of... So you would... This is where you say cast the type pointer of this element type pointer dereference. Okay, so this is getting you a normal type and then getting the size of it. So value pointer what is value pointer? See, I don't know. Like it has to be a void star thing, right? Probably. So I'm going to cast it to U8 because I don't know what's going on and I just feel better doing this. So cast to U8 plus element size times I. Okay. Jesus. That's it, actually. I'm done. I'm gonna just guess here. This is being cast to void star. So we'll see. Does it? It must explain it, right? I wish it would just show me the struct of any. Here it is. Yep, void star. Nice. Thanks, John. Here's the definition of any struct type. Cool. Alright, so now I have my new any. And then if I is less than array info, array count, you know, technically actually, I could just get the count up here and just do this the same way for every type of array. If I is less than array count -1 append builder this SL space. There we go. So array count is 0 is what I needed, and I think that's it. This is then array info, array count, and then all of this I'm pretty sure can go here. So that was complicated. I'm not even sure this is going to work, but probably. So basically, if this is not a fixed array, like I don't care about the actual location of memory of anything. Although, it'll be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Because this will be somewhere in stack memory before this actually gets called. Okay, so you just give it the array count and then there's the array count. Here's the array count again. Get the element type, construct a new any, offset the value pointer. That's probably... No, that's not always how it works. Got it. Array data. So I'll also just call that int. Does it give it to me anywhere? It must not. I mean, it can't really possibly. So anyways, for this guy, it is value pointer and cast this to U8. do think so. It's gonna be different for non-fixed size arrays. You can't just look up into the variable memory. So anyways, value pointer now, that's array data, and it's already U8 now. Array data plus element size times I. Cast voice start. Okay, so this is looking right. Stick that in there, and then if you're in between elements, give it a comma. Okay, now for struct. Struct. So this is my, I only need to support, it's not struct. Okay, yeah, I only need to support a couple things. Maybe I can do this. Let's see. So this is my array info. So I need my array type, which is cast of type pointer of value type pointer, and then dereference it down to a type, and then I can say if array type is a vector 2, or can I switch on this? Whatever. I don't need to. So this is what I care about right now, and I guess I would support vector 4. If it's a vector 2, return tprint vec2 boom boom. Uh-oh. But I know the type at compile time now, so now I can say vector 2 of value pointer, and then I can say x, y. Okay, that's probably okay. This is a vec3. X, y, z. And a vec4. X, y, z, w. Okay, this might work. Else. Assert. False. Unknown struct type for shader dependency. I guess I could tprint this since it's already in a block of code that's not going to get ran. Array type, that's not what I meant to do. So it's actually struct type. Work. Hero Dev, hey, what's up, man? Thanks for the raid. I just started streaming, so good time today. How's it going, everyone? I'm working currently on supporting vectors and arrays in my shader dependency system. Thanks for the raid, man. How's your stream? And I think I just finished this. I'm sure it's not going to work. I've written so much code now without testing anything. Last night also. But we'll see. So here is how the shader dependency thing works. All this is trash for now. But I'm going to pass in a fixed 3-size array of vector 3s in Jai, which will get unwrapped, hopefully, into something like vec3, vec3, vec3. And that will be probably valid syntax, I think, for this. Good. I ported AMD parallel sort and it doesn't work. Now I got to dig into the shader print stuff out. Ooh. That's miserable. I guess I can try running it. I'm kind of scared. But I can't just yet. I have to actually give it the data it wants. It's going to complain about a lot of stuff. Okay, this should be okay. I just have to pass these in there. So I also have, I don't think I like this. I also have this reflection system set up, like a Jai reflection system, so it actually just rips the name out from the variable you pass into the shader and sticks it in the shader. So it would be pretty easy to change that to something else, but currently your names have to match. Okay, and the last thing I have to do here, let's see, gameplay graphics manager. Everything that takes current map, which is apparently a lot, has to take the shader dependencies as well now. Unfortunately. Jesus. Okay, let's just start selecting all these. Okay. Let's see what doesn't work. Uh-oh. Wait, I just did the... What's wrong with this? What? So this element type is from the Jai reflection stuff or whatever in preload, which is a pointer to a type info. And so, right? Yeah, this is a type info pointer. This is a type info double pointer, and then a type pointer, and then you dereference it down to just a type, and then you get the size. What? This is probably just some really, really stupid error. What the hell am I doing wrong? I mean, first of all, though, actually, this should return nothing, right? Or something. I guess here. What? I'd print some stuff out, I guess. What is this? Oh wait, it's I can't print stuff out. That makes sense. Well, I really actually don't know what the problem with this could be. This is a... I mean, I could put this in the parentheses. Yeah, what? Am I just stupid? What the fuck is happening? I could do it step by step and maybe figure it out that way. Okay, so first, here's my element type. Element type, pointer type. And then type. Now. Okay. When trying to evaluate a constant type, a non-constant declaration was encountered. There's nothing constant about this as far as I know. I guess I didn't even think size of had to be ran on something constant. If it does, that raises some issues. Yeah. I mean, this is, I'm pretty sure this is in like the preload compiler stuff, so I can't actually look at the definition of size of. Okay, so here's the problematic declaration. Type is type pointer dereferenced. I'm curious, what if I do this? Yeah. This does make things harder. I'm pretty sure I don't actually technically have to do it this way. So I'm assuming basically size of needs a constant type, and what I'm providing here, because it's of any, it's a runtime type. Okay. So if I go into this type info, it just has like a runtime size, right? Yeah, I'll just use that. Array info element type runtime size. I spelled it wrong? I mean, I don't think I did, but okay. It didn't autocomplete. So I guess this is actually probably technically better. Let's try it. Cool, my shader reflection stuff works. So this is saying for sky cube map shader, current map is necessary, sky enabled is necessary, the light stuff I provided it with, not necessary. Wow, how easy to look at. Okay, and I'm just gonna guess here. This one, it is necessary. Yeah, all the water ones should need light information. I wish it would continue printing though until it can't. Hey, wait, that looks really good. That's exactly what I wanted it to print. Except incompatible types and initialization. So this is not an array. I totally guessed at how you do the array initializer syntax in GLSO. I don't remember. But this looks right. It's just that that's supposed to be 3, right? Probably. And then I have to go change all my other shaders. Yeah, so that looks basically right. Water. Everything that uses this is incorrect. So this was the old thing. You just had the light direction there. So I'm just gonna swap this out with the very first light direction, because the correct solution the correct solution is to get all of the light's directions, build up some normal value, and do my math based on that or something. I'm not doing that yet. Everything changes. Blah, blah, blah. All right. That's not how it should work either. For the most part, there should be some variable like shadow direction or something. Undefined variable. Oh, that's true too. So this one is map parts. This for now. Uh-oh. Okay, hang on. Before I do that then, there's 245, 242, 213, 245, 242, 2... Okay, so that's actually the color. What the fuck is all this? I don't know, but I can probably replace this guy with that color. And it multiplies by 1.5. This is probably okay. Come on, man. Plain point. Okay, there's a... Yeah. I had some code to do some type of like SDF plane projection calculation for these really ghetto, this really ghetto, really tiny light texture I had. And now I temporarily switched to cascaded shadow maps, so that is not a thing anymore. Like, this is not a thing. I'm just gonna comment that out. And that. Oh man. Basically, shadow should just be 1.0 for everything. A lot of the stuff I already did this. And I mean, I'm just commenting everything. I'm going to leave it really messy until I have a pass where I clean it all. Okay, that's not all though. And I want to look at this guy. Okay. Nearest shadow point, shadow particle shape. I thought I checked all of that. Oh, I just missed one. Oops. Hope these guys escape. Okay, wait, well, I got distracted. I was replying to a message. Sky Cube Map Shader also, I thought I fixed this one. Is this not exactly what I fixed? Oh, it's getting initialized from Graphics Manager also. Okay. So eventually it's going to load like this. And it's not going to show anything. And what the fuck is this? I did not notice that before. Also, the clouds. now that the map is invisible because of the shadows, the clouds on this map look so bad. They're not supposed to be here, by the way, but it's leftover rendering from the mountain map. Okay. So this is expected. This is good. What's not expected and not good is this is getting print, but it's showing nothing. Uh-oh. I want to do this in 2 places, actually. So this will be 2, 2. Okay. Just a little sanity check here. Nothing, nothing. Okay, so that's not good. So this is code I wrote last night, have not tested. I guess I have to start figuring out what the fuck is wrong with this. So first, let's look at lights. I also added a bunch of stuff to the JSON format. So maybe I did that incorrectly. Okay, that's not good. Okay, what I think I should do is print JSON.extensions. I'm just I'm gonna print a lot of I can't just print the JSON, it's actually like 50,000 lines. I think I can do this and just dereference it, assuming that it exists, which hopefully it does. And it is. That's actually correct, right? So that dereference, if I show the GLTF loader, so there's extensions, which is an optional GLTF JSON extensions, which has an optional array of lights. Okay. So, and that did exist. So I guess I'll dereference that too. See what happens. And it's nothing. Shit. All right, let's look at the. I might want to. I don't know what to do. I'll look at the actual GLTF data, but that's not that helpful because I'm loading the GLB. So yeah, extensions, KHR lights punctual, and then lights. Oh. Okay, so it is actually, I did the JSON incorrectly. Can I look up this extension? Hang on. It's not really going to tell me the legitimate. Oh, yes, it is. Just give me 1 second. Okay. I really want to see in the KHR lights punctual what is required or not, but it's only telling me what's required in a given light. So I'm just going to assume lights is necessary in this thing. Lights. So stupid to do it this way. So you have your KHR lights punctual, and inside there you have lights, which presumably is non-optional light. So this is what is probably optional lights. All right, that's my best guess. Now everything's wrong. If this and this, which both of those are optional, then lights is this dot lights. So redundant and stupid. Lights dot light. Okay. That might be all I have to do. Now let's try it out. Yay, tons of point lights, directional lights. Huh? Okay, that's just printing the lights. These are printing the point lights. These are the directional lights. Okay. Shadow casting, non-shadow casting, non-shadow casting. Very good. Very, very good. The question remains here now. Oh, I didn't load it into the data. Okay, good. So this is actually basically done. delete this, and then I have to load this into light deers. Yeah, and then point lights. I'll do something else with that. But for now, light deers, light colors, lights, intensities. This gets loaded. Way down here. So this is just creating the serializable struct. That's fair. Assert fat level directional lights count. Hey, thanks for following. Is that what it is? Directional lights count? Yeah, it has to be 3. You have to have 3 directional lights per level. That's how it works. And I can just do it this way for now. No, I won't. Okay, hang on. So first of all, is it called deer? I do not actually know. Direction, color intensity. Direction. This feels dumb to do, but I guess this is what my shader needs. Color and intensities. Okay. So here's what I want to do though. I actually do want the 0th light to be shadow casting. So what I'm gonna say is if light deers 0, what do I do? If fat level directional lights shadow, well then do nothing. If 1 shadow, light deers 0, it would be easier to do this after it's loaded. Yeah. Basically, swap them. Okay. Else if 2 has the shadow, and I will assert above this then, swap 0 and 2. Okay, and now, after all of this, I can assert directional lights 0 shadow. That does not exist. Cannot have more than 1 directional shadow light per level. I should say maybe per map. Wait, and that's, I meant to do 1 and 2. There we go. 1 and 2 cannot have shadows after this swap happens. And then set up all the data. And I guess I'm done. I think the level might actually, oh. Intensity is not a member unnamed. Huh? Intensity. That makes sense. So one of the problems, first of all though, I think it should render something. I don't think it should be black. So this is a little bit concerning. But regardless, yeah, actually that is a little bit concerning. Why is that happening? Can I maybe look at my shader code real quick and maybe just in... I think I have a way to do that that's not that hard to use. Get shader source, but it takes a shader object, so kinda fuck that, I think. Oh, this takes a shader. Okay, that might work. I'll try this, and if it works, this is fine. So I just want to look at shadow shader. That's like the basic shader for everything. So I'll do like bum 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 or something. This is after it has been initialized. It is probably okay to do it here. In fact, I think I have to. So this is the concatenated shader source where it should be. Let's see. Where? Here it is. Light directions. Okay, I know what's happening actually. It's all 0, 0, 0, so that explains why it's actually black. And it's because the level manager, I'm pretty sure, is loading the scene after the shaders have been initialized, and that actually is more or less how it should work. So I haven't solved this problem yet, but this is going to come up a lot. After something in the map changes, you just have to be able to update the shaders, and right now it's all manual, which is like not great. Yeah, and it does have to happen after the graphics initialize, but because like I need textures and stuff available for when I load my models, I have to be able to assign the correct textures, like the stuff. But the shaders are just pointers to things that can be initialized later. So I think maybe, unless it's like really interconnected, I could just move all of these initialized shader calls into something else. So that's initialize immediate anyways, actually. All right, let me look at the order of this. This might, now this is happening, and then level manager load is like fucking way down here. That's this basically. Okay, I do not really feel good about moving that. So yeah, that's not how I'm gonna do it. Shader initialization will stay here. And I'm just gonna have to reinitialize the relevant shaders. Work. Hey, thanks for the follow. It's not a thing anymore, I guess. This doesn't feel so good. Like, technically, this initializes every shader in the game. The thing is, I kind of need to be able to get shaders by their dependencies instead of doing it manually. Doing it manually is just, like, extremely stupid. In the settings code that I was just looking at a second ago, set sky texture quality. So this has to do with sky enabled. So are there even, there are only 4. Okay, well, that one's fair enough then. So it feels kind of dumb. Reinitialize What would you call this? Light shaders. So yeah, you can just call initialize again and it reinitializes. So everything that has to do with light intensity, it has to come with me. And I will also take you to. So basically, I don't know why there's, oh, because of the way I selected it. Well, that is a lot of stuff. Feels really bad to do it this way. But otherwise, if I actually have a list of like all shaders that have all dependencies, oh, see this one needs, yeah, then I'd have to deduplicate that list when I'm initializing the first time, and I don't know, it just feels weird, but this is definitely not the right solution either, but this will technically work, I think. I don't really know what I think the right solution would be like, oh, okay, this is good. What's happening is all of my math, because I'm stupid, depended on the map constant light direction being negative. So where does that happen? Not light color. I mean, it's in light direction, but what the fuck is it, man? Light dir is 0. So everything that depends on this I want to do it at the right area. So like, I'll take it one at a time. This updates V light direction. This is still conceptually the light direction. The bias strength, this doesn't actually matter because it's absolute. Okay, that one can stay. This one in calculate color has to change. Which this is going to be hard to track now. Okay, so I think I would do 0.5 minus this. That's it. And let's continue. What was that one? The bias strength's fine. This guy, same thing. Probably. Same thing, probably. Wow, this happens a lot. Makes me think this should be a shader dependency. Okay, calculate color was changed, so that's okay to just straight up pass in. 0.5 minus this, 0.5 minus this. Uh-oh. I guess for this guy, I just negate it. Where am I? Water parts? Calculate color is fixed. Okay. Let's see. Might have just broken a lot. Hey, how's it going, man? Yeah. A lot of stuff looks wrong. I think I'm not used to this shadow angle. Is this even the correct shadow angle? And I mean, the bias is clearly incorrect. Like, you can see tons of shadow bias. Shadow banding, whatever it's called. This actually looks a lot worse. Hmm. Yeah, the shadow angle's not correct. So that's one issue, but that's not the real issue. Where does that even happen? In gameplay manager? Gameplay scene? This. So this will be light dir 0 is the shadow light direction. Let's see. I mean, that won't really fix it, to be honest. This makes me think... Wait, that almost fixed it. What the fuck? Okay. Well, I didn't expect that. It looks better. It does look better. It's still like, I don't know, it still looks off, but it's pretty easy to visually look at this, I'd say. I should go ahead and remove the doors that are being rendered. It's so easy to do, and it's so ugly. It's fucking somewhere. This. Just don't draw it. Just don't draw this either. Wow, there's a lot of draw calls. I do want to remove the shadow bias. Marco Galicia. However you say your name. Thanks for following. Okay, well. I guess it's time to add the other shadows. I guess. Some stuff still doesn't look right. Like this thing... Does it look right? Maybe my shadows are just too strong at the moment. It does actually look right. And the little light shadows will help. Actually, you know what? What will look better? Let's add the light shadows first. So I think I've done something. What's my task today? Task done. Light data. Alright, that's all I've done so far. Let me get commits. Man, I have to remove my... I have to delete the textures and then remove the code to save textures. Should not be a thing. I think it's in level manager. .png. There it is. Do not save. Save my giant ass blend files in GOB. New lighting through shader dependencies. Cool. Okay. Um, now I'm gonna add point lights, I guess. So I have like a light manager. The thing is, I think it's expected to do this every single frame. And actually, that's kind of fair. I think that's fine. Yeah, and does this thing... Okay, add point lights. So there's a light manager, and there's something else that manages lights. Like whatever this is. Light particle system. Okay, so the question is... I'm only adding point lights. Does this filter the lights by the frustum? And the answer is no. Oh man, I should have finished this code when I started it. Damn it. Oh wait, but maybe. Hang on. This is checking if it's clipped. And it's clipped if you're potentially within the frustum distance, so... So there's a clipped particle system which renders... It basically renders the back face, or whatever, the front face, and there's a normal particle... And it disables depth testing, I think. And there's a normal particle system which does not do that, so... Yeah, see, front, no depth test. Well, I was right. This is kind of complicated. Inverse projection of the perspective matrix times the top left corner. I guess I did the top left corner because I'm only testing... Actually, I don't know. It's the frustum distance. That's the distance to the top left corner. So it's basically calculating something similar to the near field distance through the actual perspective matrix. Okay. Probably a better way to do that, but oh well. It's pretty good. So I do want to detect if these lights... I do want to detect if these lights clip the frustum before I add them, because it's one thing to add like ability lights, which is what I'm doing at the moment, but now I'm adding map lights, which there are like 200 lights, so I definitely don't want that. Yeah. The thing is, I wrote this method too. These methods for flat lights, cylinder lights, and point lights. I don't remember what I was thinking when I did this, and it doesn't work yet. It's like in a half-finished state. So I think I'm only going to do this. So the question is basically, do you want to check the frustum intersection when you add the light? And I think the answer is yes. Or when you render. Don't know. I guess technically render would be more correct, because since it's split up like this, you could add lights in the CPU, and then your actual camera is not necessarily correct, although it will only be off by a couple pixels. So, okay, we'll do it here, I guess. So I'm just... All right, let me try to wrap my head around this. Like, I actually am not certain what the purpose of the cylinder light was. Oh, I do know. Yeah, this would be... kind of very hard to do. So the cylinder light, you can imagine, like when you have a beam ability that shoots from your staff to somewhere on the map, you have like a straight line. That could be a cylinder light, and the cylinder light is literally a cylinder. Like the deferred rendering shape is a cylinder. So calculating the radius of that might be hard. Actually, it's not that hard. And what do I do with the forward vector? Forward length? The model matrix. Okay, understood, I guess. I feel like this needs a type associated with it, man. Light particle type. It's not an enum, but it can be. Okay. 0.0? I'll have to let it figure it out. No, actually, I do need to know. Cylinder. Flat. Rate. Light particle type point. Cylinder. Flat. You know, I realize now this breaks everything. It's fine though, but light particle shader. This now has a particle type. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's a float. That's all there is to it. Hey. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so that looks fine. So now, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have to calculate a sphere or something. How does the model work? When you draw this guy, I check, do I not check an intersection? Okay, maybe in the level manager. Render something, god damn it, man. Intersects, center, radius. Okay, that's a very easy. Camera frustum, I don't know. That's just pre-calculated probably at the start of the render method. That's fine then, I can use that. There we go. So center is going to be the same for everything. Yeah. I can get the center from the model. Wait, but there's also position. Position seems to be center. Okay, cool. Light, GPU, position, radius. Okay, so this is a problem. I'm not sure if I can do this. I think I can, because this is probably technically an int. So cast this float to this enum. Sounds kind of too intense or something, too dramatic. Case, point light, case cylinder light, case flat light. All right. So in this guy's case, it's actually very easy. I think it's just radius is radius. Okay, it is apparently allowed to have a volume, so fuck me. Okay, so if it's allowed to have a volume, it's actually radius plus, so this is like the fall off radius, and this is the completely lit radius, so you add them together. Okay, cylinder then, what do you do? Okay, so the volume radius is like the radius of the cylinder object, and the length. Huh. It's still a sphere, you know. That's kind of weird. So I find it hard to believe that it could... So it's not a real cylinder. Okay. I would need to find the furthest point on this. I think the furthest point is definitely going to be either forward length or radius. Hey man, what shows you watching lately? I'm not really watching any shows. Why do you ask that question? I'm working. Oh, so the forward length already has radius added to it. Okay, I don't understand that. You know what I'm gonna do then? Assert false. I haven't finalized what forward versus radius means for a cylinder light yet. Okay, flat light I think is more simple. It's not more simple. Because it does this weird shit, like a flat light, I expect it to be flat, but then at the same time, it has a volume radius, which makes no sense. Flat light has a volume radius, which makes no sense. So this isn't finalized yet either. Okay, there we go. You can only have point lights. So if your light spherical bounding sphere thing intersects the camera frustum, then add it to the particle system. And I guess though, I guess I should have a default case, right? Like it's assert complete, but this is being cast from a float, so it's possible it breaks, and I don't know what would happen. Unknown light type. I guess I can also tprint type. Or I want to say light GPU type. Cool. Am I done? I'm done with this, the camera frustum stuff, but I have to add it every single frame now. How do I want to do that? I think I'll just keep it here. Level point lights. And I might just use light. So I might just copy this point light. Sure. So now again, when you load your level data, for lights, that level point lights. Does this even have, it does have shadow information. And it has position, color, intensity, shadow. Okay. light position, light color, light intensity, light shadow. So the thing is, I don't know what point light has. Position, color, intensity, shadow. Actually, wait, it's exactly the same. I'm done. Position, color, intensity, shadow. Whoa. So there's my point lights. Cool. Now what I do is I can say, I don't know where this goes. Somewhere in scene manager, there is a light pass. It's maybe in decals. Yeah, it's probably in one of these things. So let's just look at where this happens then. Render scene gameplay lighting. Okay. What I think I'd actually like to do I could add it here. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, I'll add it. I'll add it here, I guess. Add a point light particle for all this stuff. Position, radius, I don't know. I'm gonna have to calculate it. Radius. No volume radius. Color. Oh shit. Okay, it's a vector 3, good. A brightness. An additive. 1 0. Wait, 1 1. Okay. Let me look at the light values. So the intensity of the point lights is basically like 5,000. So I don't know what the fuck to do with that. Let me see if ChatGPT knows. Seems like it's something it might know. When I'm taking lighting information from a GLTF file format, how should I use the intensity value? For example, a given point light. This guy's intensity value is 100 watts. I guess that's equivalent with a blender intensity of 100 watts has a GLTF intensity of this. What do I do with that number? There's probably something specific I'm supposed to do. In GLTF, the light intensity is generally expected to be in candela CD units for punctual lights, which represents the luminous intensity. But describes the brightness of the light for point lights. The intensity value is a scaling factor for the luminous intensity emitted by the light source. The default emission direction is assumed along the negative z-axis. That doesn't help that much, but basically it's fine then. If I scale it up to 200, it does get like twice as bright. Okay, and the radius that it seems to be affecting is like... Can I turn it off somehow? It kind of goes over to here, which is like... Something like 4.0. Maybe it's like 6.0. So I could maybe just take this value and maybe divide it by 1,000. We'll see how that goes. That will be the radius. Light intensity over 1,000. Let me actually ask, what's the equation to convert from candela to wattage? Isn't straightforward because of different properties of lights. Well, they did it, apparently. Okay, but so I think this is good. Let's just try it out. I think it will render something if it compiles. Okay, that is very bright, and also the color looks incorrect to me. I think the brightness is just too high. This one looks correct, actually. And it definitely doesn't look yellow enough, which is odd. I mean, that's very not yellow. Interesting. Yeah, this one I can barely see at all. My scene overall is just darker too. Wow, like look how fucking bright that is, Jesus. I think it's there's a couple things wrong, I think. For one, it's not 1,000, it's probably something else. And then the brightness value should probably be less arbitrarily. Okay. I mean, fuck, it still doesn't look good. What if I swap this around? This is the additive number, but what if I got it backwards? Like, it does look very not additive to me at the moment. Okay, that looks legitimately not additive. It's like very dark orange lighting now, so doesn't make sense. So I think it's just kind of weird. And I'm gonna have to convert this myself. So it's 1.28.003. Okay, let's go to Photoshop. Hang on. $255. The middle value was 281.281 times 255, 72. And basically 0, so like 2. So here is the light color. Yeah, that's not great. How can I fix this algorithmically? What if I take white and do something with it? That doesn't look any better. Well, all right, never mind. I'm gonna change it in Blender. It probably, well, fuck, it's just not gonna look right, man. I just don't understand how this light could go from this color to this color it's just, it looks completely not right. Should unhide that light. Actually, yeah, let me open Photoshop again. I think the right answer is going to be like a shift into a different, what's it called? Color scheme thing, you know? Because it's the kind of thing, I think what Blender is doing is the kind of thing where like human eyes see certain colors better, and so they shift it. And I don't think it would be very reasonable. Wait. So what would you do here? You can raise green. I think blue stays at 0. Wait, no, it doesn't. So if I just take the whole thing and just shift it more towards white, I guess that would probably fix it. That's easy enough. It's not great. So basically this. Is there a better way to do this? Nah, it's fine. See what happens. I shifted it 50% towards white. That's what I was trying to do with that filter though, but it didn't work. I don't know why. That looks really bad. Looks orangey white, which is really weird and ugly. You can't see what I'm doing here, but that's fine. Oh, if I can convert it to LAB colors, does that really help that much? Probably, yeah. Actually, maybe. What is LAB? LAB is defined by lightness and the color opponent's dimensions A and B, which are based on the X, Y, Z color space coordinates. I do not know if I want this. Okay, so I'm gonna look up later off stream what Blender is doing to their lights. Because I don't want to work on this on stream. But I want to do something so it doesn't look like shit. I just have to figure out what. Okay, I have an idea. Gonna take a couple of tries here. Okay, so this is something in the space of 0 to 1. So I'm either doing square root of this or pow of this, and I think that will do something interesting. But oh, it's XYZ because it's technically a vector. Okay, that's the same result. I think I might want this. Looks different. Looks red. Okay, so let's try pow of this to like 4 or something. Yeah, actually, getting better. Yellow-ish. Maybe it's too much. Maybe it has to be PAL 2. Oops. We just exit out of Photoshop. Photoshop consumes so much memory. My computer's actually broken. Hang on. Well, it looks very white-yellow. Didn't it look better when I did PAL 4? I think I may need something like PAL 4 and then change the 0.5 to something else. Okay, wait, it doesn't look better. Square root? Is reddish. It's got that going for it. 0.2. Very reddish. Okay, noted. 7.5 or something. Still kind of fucking ugly. The last thing I'm going to try here. So the problem here is what this is doing. Zero and 1 stay the same in this little equation. I guess that's fine though. I could maybe set it to something like this. Wait, how the fuck would you do this? 1.0 minus this guy. So if you have a red color, which is 1.0, it's going to be 0 times 0.5. Say like 2. So that's the difference. Okay. This might be okay. I'm still gonna have to guess at the pals and square roots and stuff, because I don't know how it's gonna affect the colors. I don't know what I want. That looks kind of good. It is too red, but I think that's fixable through tweaking something here. Try a square root. Very white and yellow. Interesting. Oops. I can't alt tab right now on my computer. Everything's busted. Hey, Shambeard. How's it going? This is okay. It's still too red, I think. I am going to go back to like 0.5 and let me try modifying this value to something. I don't know what. It's a pretty good emote, huh? Okay, this might be good enough for now. It's still so ugly. No, it's so ugly. I hate it. Ugh. This is so red. That's pretty sick. The other thing I could do, the only other way really to manipulate this is when I do this times 0.5, I can add this before. So now it goes from 0.5 to 1, and then it pals it. So this is very confusing, but so that would end up as 0.25. That is a big color space, so this would be minus 0.25. Maybe. Not sure anymore, but I think you mean my emotes. It's very white now. I'm gonna give up on this shit. And you know what? For now, I'm just gonna override it with my own color, so god damn it, back to Photoshop. I'm just gonna actually hard code my own color until I figure out what the fuck Blender is doing. So let's just pick a color. Pick a color kind of similar to what it's trying to do, I guess. Which would be maybe like this. 255, 196, 83. I guess this is how I should have done it from the start. I should have taken these values, looked at the value it actually is, and figure out how to manipulate each component to arrive at this. This is probably the correct way to do it. But anyways, hard coding it works. Probably. That is way too yellow. This is a nice warm something. This is a very yellow something. Okay. Let me just 255, 168, I guess. Yeah, I'll try that out. 255, 168, 0. So totally no blue, not desaturated at all. That looks like more aligned with what I expect, but Blender just still looks so much fucking better. Blender's like slightly more orange, just less washed out in general. I don't know why. One other thing, maybe with my light particle shader, wherever this dot product is happening, it's going to be a dot product somewhere. Okay, is there really not? There should be a dot product somewhere. This? Oh, light strength, this is okay. This has to come back. That's fucking everything up a lot. Light view deer. View delta, view... That's probably okay. So the problem with this is you can see this whole thing is lit up. Like, the stick and the back faces and everything. Only the stuff facing the light should be lit up. That'll definitely help. Yeah, like that. That does help a lot, actually. I have this square root thing. Again, I'm not sure if this is a square root or a PAL. But I want the curve of how the dot product affects the light intensity to be more lenient or something. To be honest, I can't tell what I did. Let me relaunch it and screenshot it, and then I'll start a little Photoshop edit document thing. Okay, so from this distance, just screenshot. Get rid of this. There it is. Another ore. So back to square root, and we will compare. Okay, this is the difference here. So to be honest, this one looks better. The weak one. I guess there is one more I could try, which is neither. Like, I don't have to adjust the curve. Which is just 1.0. Alright, and we compare this one. So definitely this one is the worst. So between these two, they're both kind of okay. They both look okay. I guess I like the flat one more just because it stands out more. So there we go. Now what? Now the color is still not right, I think. Yeah. This just feels so much better and I don't fucking know why. $255, $204, I'll try that. There's a big difference. Very yellow. too yellow. Damn it. Okay, what was it before? So I'll do like 180. In between. Now it looks like green. Okay, I have an idea. What if I have this weird shit set up for abilities, like magic abilities, to go into non-additive blending mode for lights, which is very not normal. But I could do that. I can make it slightly not additive, which will make it probably less blue. And I think it needs to be... Let's try like 0.5. No, it's probably too much. 64 or something. Okay, it's looking better. I will go back to 180 and make it like 0.65 additive. Yeah, let's try this. Nope, worse. Okay, so it was fine. Go back to this. I think this is where I'm gonna leave it until I figure out what Blender is doing with their lights to make it look so good. So there's my lights. Very yellow compared to... It's too... I thought I was done, but it's actually too not additive now. You can very easily just see it's not additive, so... Let's try this one more time. Still looks pretty not additive to me. I am actually about to move on though, because this doesn't really matter. Okay, this is good. Calling this done. The light brightness does not look like it's bright enough, and the radius might not be enough, but I'm going to judge that once I increase the brightness. This looks better. This looks pretty good and warm, actually. It looks too warm. Okay, let's go look in Blender. What's happening? Fuck. It does look really bad. I just want to kind of match Blender as much as I can. I think I maybe need to add back that PAL in the shader. Let's try that. Yeah. That would make sense, probably. So this should make it weaker in general. And then right at the peak normal direction would be equal strength. See if I did it right. I think I did. Yeah, I mean, the lights just, like, they just don't look good. Like, look how bright that is also. Pretty sure, whoa, what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, the Blender lights don't look anything like that. Hard to say exactly. I could reduce the radius even more, maybe. I just kind of want it to look not totally shit before I move on. This looks okay for now. The lights are also very clearly not centered on the torches, and I thought he did this on purpose. Now I'm not so sure. Like, it looks bad in my game, so... Anyways, my game is way too dark now. Yeah, so I have to go add in all the other lights. So now, this is technically done. Task done. Lights. Right, and that's fine. Okay, that's what we're doing next. Here, let me... capitalize it correctly. Okay. Adding in backlights and fill lights. So they're already in the shaders. Yeah. Let me look at the intensities of them. They're like over here. There they are. Intensities 1.0, which is 1.0, 5.0. That's the key light. Okay, this is fucked. His lighting color is set to white. There's no fucking way it's supposed to be that. Blender is doing some weird shit, man. If you actually have white light, it's gonna look very not good. Blender has to be doing some weird stuff to make this look okay. See if I can just modify the actual Blender shading shader graph. Like, there's no fucking way it's supposed to be white. Okay. Continuing. Blender's screwing everything up for me. I have to start editing these shaders, so there's calculate. That's not it. I think I can calculate the ambient light. This must be done in more than one place, right? It can't just be here. Okay. That's kind of the same. Ooh, okay, I don't care about any of this. So yeah, I can calculate the ambient light somewhere else. I need to look at the intensity of this stuff. Intensity 200, 683, 3000. And the intensities in Blender of the lights 5.0, 1.0. Where's the other one? I can't see. And 0.3. Okay, that's actually probably right. Like 0.3 versus 5, that's a big difference. Okay. So I want the value to go a little bit above 1.0. So I'm probably going to divide by actually about 3,500. Got it. So that would happen when I'm reading the serialized data, constructing my intensities. It would be this stuff over 3,500. This is fine. And then in my map parts, const, how would I do this? Ambient color or something. Density 0. I have to basically just multiply all these together. I think that's fine to do in a constant, I think. And then just arbitrarily times, well, ambient intensity 0.2. So the purpose of ambient being it affects everything equally. So I'm gonna add these colors together, and here's my intensity. So technically everything that uses this light color, I'd like to put it together. Okay, it's only water and lighting, so actually this is fine. Ambient color times ambient intensity. So now there's this. This is okay. Don't... This happens in multiple places though. V light direction, waterfall, and water. And it's different because for the water shader, the normal is in world space. For the directional lighting shader, it's in view space for the deferred pass. Okay, so how can you do this? Light beers 3? Spec 3 light colors 3. Spec 3 light intensity is 3. So it's kind of, let me clean this up. I don't need like any of this other stuff now, basically. All right, I think I needed that comment. Because otherwise the Pokemon things turn very on off like the comments with the comments. No. Okay. So I think there's two things happening. I'm calculating the overall lighting strength on this fragment, which I'll have to accumulate, and then that's gonna be weird, to be honest. That's okay. And then I calculate the actual light strength. And so I have to calculate a light color, probably ignoring the cell shading step entirely, just based on the dot product like accumulation. Okay. So how would this work? Like this, right? I think. Am I allowed to do this? Maybe I can do this. Light dir dot 0 is light dir 0 1122 And then... Sure. Square root it all. I mean, how it all. So these are my strengths. Well, I guess I'll keep them separate. Yeah. It was already separate. No reason to do it really one way or the other, but 111 222. Wait, what? Here we go. Don't think I need this. No, that was for anti-aliasing, which I don't have that in the shader anymore. Okay. Total intensity. Light intensity 0. Okay. Total color? Like you, this is not probably how you should interpolate lights, but light colors times strengths times light intensities. It would make more sense. It's fine. And in fact, then that's a total intensity. Fuck, okay. This happens 3 times. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Probably. I can say something like float light contributions. So that's this guy over total intensity. Is that right? I think so. Right, so now my final color or something is this times light contribution 0. A little bit less ugly to look at. But actually, yeah, that's why this is wrong. I don't think I need any of this. What I actually need is kind of hard to reason with. Basically the light intensity of this light times its strength, and you just actually add them all together. So it's going to start as 0, 0, 0, and just add them one at a time. No light contributions. Intensities 0 times strengths 0. think that's all I do. There's no like averaging or anything that happens ever. Get rid of all that. And I mean, I could do this, right? I could say it's starting out as that. Sure. And then this is my light colors. That's my final color. And in reality, actually, I think you would multiply this by the light intensities. So that doesn't come into play here. So light colors times strengths, that's it. So this is the squared dot product and light intensity, and then add all that up. This is gonna look fucking weird. So basically, the total strength is strength 0. Whoops, shit. Like this. Final strength, hey. That's fine. Accumulated, there we go. Cell strength then. Final strength is accumulated strength times 0.7, okay. The final color. Well, it's weird though, actually. I understand why I did it that way. Fuck. Because this is adding ambient and light diffuse, which takes into consideration the strength, but already the final color takes into consideration the strength, so... yeah. I think I might just want to swap this out. So that was why I had that contribution factor. So there might be a way to do this without using that contribution factor. But I definitely need this final strength, which... damn it. Okay. I can probably just take this guy and divide by the sum of all the strengths. And I mean, this is the kind of the exact code I had earlier, but in a different way. So this is now my final color. So now you basically multiply it by the final strength again, which now considers the cell shaded strength. So I'll call this combined strength. All right, let's try it out, I guess. I didn't update the water, but... uh-oh. Strengths. Unexpected type identifier. I didn't put a comma. I'm still not sure if I can declare arrays that way, but... oh, and I'm not passing in the data correctly. And I didn't put semicolons. Okay, so everything that uses calculate color has to give it all 3 lights. Can I do a flat out with an array? That's kind of really weird, is it not? I bet I cannot. But I'll try. Here's is more appropriate. Directions. And then it needs colors and intensities. Okay. That's supposed to be a float. V-light there is undefined. That was here, right? V-light adheres. Hey, actually looks better. I think it's something really weird might be happening with cell shading. It's kind of okay. Like over here you can see what the fuck is this basically. That's weird. So in terms of cell shading, actually, this makes a lot more sense. It should only take into the cell shading in particular should only take into consideration the first light source. Pretty sure that's how that should work. So accumulated strength. This is strength 0 is actually all I care about. Okay. Now it has a backlight and a fill light, and they don't really seem to do anything as far as I can tell. I kind of need to get rid of these trees also. They're kind of right in the way of the gameplay. Yeah, the lights are looking better. This is still, like, suspiciously bright, to be honest. Oh, there's 3 lights. That's why. I appreciate what he was going for, but lights just don't work the same. That means there's probably 3 lights here. Export. Be sure my stuff's correcting on. Okay, GLB. Let's export. So let's check it again then. I need to wait, why does it look so different? Oh, I changed the color of the light. Oh. This is actually worse. Like, I think I have the right idea to change the color of this light if I can fucking ever click on it again. Oh, there it was. Damn it. It's just too much, I guess? I'll make it 5.5 or something. Let's export that. The other thing I want to try to do, the actual map serialization stuff is probably not going to change much from now on, and so yeah, I'll go into this guy. I have this code up here to delete the file. Let's not delete that file anymore. So now it's after this load, if I try to launch the game again, for the first time it's going to load the serialized map. This looks pretty good. Okay, let's try to load the serialized map. Let's see if it crashes or something. Should just work, but my serialization code is not perfect, really. Hey, it worked. Okay then, if I change classes and go pick up this guy's helmet, I'm a warrior now. Neat. I need to get rid of that bias. Getting rid of that bias is not super easy. Oh, and I have to do one more thing. When I'm reading the map data, I have these asserts to be sure that there's no more shadows, but there does have to be a shadow in the first one. Your map must have one directional shadow light. Okay, now let's try to get rid of the bias. The correct way to get rid of the bias is to linearize my depth buffer. But I'm not sure how to do that, and I'm not sure if I can do that in one pass. Like, I think linearizing, I'm not actually the one writing into my depth buffer, it's OpenGL, and I don't want to change that. So, there is a shadow projection shader. I'm gonna skip this song too. Okay, this is not the correct shadow projection shader. Temporary shadow projection shader, that's it. Okay, no, I want directional light shader. Yes, you have the shadow cascaded shadow map code. So, I'm not sure I want to change this. Is it 4096? 4096, that would make sense. Yeah, let's try this first, because this was how it originally was. It's just some arbitrary constant that adjusts the detailedness of the thing. Your map must have one... What? Lights, 0 shadow. I mean, it should have that, you know. Uh-oh. Let me print my lights. I did check this at one point and I saw one of the lights had a shadow. Okay, no shadow, no shadow, no shadow. That's odd. In Blender, this is my shadow thing. It has props. Okay, the prop got like deleted somehow. It's supposed to be a shadow boolean. That's fucking weird. That's concerning also. It makes me think like Blender didn't save that between reopens. Let's re-export. Maybe the re-initialization code is the one creating the shadow. What do you mean re-initialization code? Okay, well now it works. The bottom of the function you were just at. No, this is reinitializing shaders. So this just corresponds to this guy. Every shader that has to do with lights gets reinitialized when the lights change, and this code right here is changing the lights. That's all. So I mean, this looks okay. To be honest, yeah, like this is still weird. See this shit right here? Oh, that's from the shadow. Oh. That's like impossible to fix. Unless... I just tried this yesterday, but here, I'm gonna try it again. The bottom of the... there is a shadow shader in that function. Yeah, I know. That doesn't have anything to do with it. The problem... yeah, the shadow shader here just... well, it's not even relevant anymore. I had shadows in my geometries. And so the shadow shader accepted geometries with shadow data and rendered it as shadows. That's not even how it works anymore. So this is just like my generic shader now, but... yep. Okay, what I'm going to do in my gameplay scene, when I render my shadows, which is this, I'm going to swap the face I'm rendering. I'm going to... will this even work? I don't even know. Let's try. Why not? So, set counterclockwise scope, not counterclockwise. And for this guy, okay, so now if I render it, there's going to be a big gap between the shapes and the shadows, and the shapes are not going to have any shadows on their back sides. Yeah. Yeah, you can see the gap down there. So now I'm going to try to take this and flip the bias or something so shapes have shadows on themselves again. That would have to be here. I can maybe just do this. Flip the bias literally. Yeah, I don't even remember what the problem was anymore, to be honest. Okay, so this looks like shit. This looks like shit, and I can maybe adjust these values to fix it. The shadow on the ramp. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, the shadow on the ramp was definitely a bias issue, for sure. Okay, this still looks like shit. I don't know why. Oh, I'm adjusting the cascaded shadow map. That's not what I meant to do. Let's do this. Hey, Valego, thanks for rating. How's it going, man? How was your stream? How do you get verified on Twitch, by the way? Is that hard to do? Hey, everyone. This is my game, Fat Goblins. I'm working on shadows. And I just made them a lot worse. I'm probably about to undo all this. Not much was running my old C program to Jai. Super DJ hours for me. It really should have said, ah. Wow, look how bad this looks now. That's really bad. Holy fuck. That would have to do with the max bias, I think, that it looks so bad. The min bias maybe has to be more? This is so weird to do. But you have verification to get a sub button. Wait, is that how it works? Oh, verified is different than... No, verified is partner. I got partner with speedrunning Hollow Knight. You need to have over 75 average viewers for an extended period of time, and then you can apply. Damn, 75? Is there like leniency for the game dev category? How's that work? Yeah, the partner thing, or the verified things means partner. Yeah, not just affiliate. Game dev though, if you're 75 viewers average, you're like top 5 game dev streams. Okay, so this doesn't work. My plan, oh, thanks for also, I think I just got a follow. This is also, yeah, it's just not gonna work. You can't do it this way. Maybe if I was calculating it literally perfectly, but the other way was bleeding out into the backside of the faces. This way is bleeding like up into the front side of the faces. So they both have their own issues. So let me just totally undo all this shit. No negative bias scaling. When I render the shadow pass, I will render the back face as I'm supposed to. Okay, let's try it again. No leniency, 75 is the lowest bar. In reality, they could ask for even more. Damn, you can also get partner status if you have a lot of subscribers on YouTube or followers on Twitter. I definitely have neither of those. I don't think there's any reason, though, particularly that I would want partner. It's just cool to have a little check mark. I know someone who never had 75 plus average on Twitch, but she has 300k subs on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, that would justify it. I can see that. Oh, I never added this into the game, into the physics. Well, I guess shadows, oh, there's the bias. I can fix this bias issue though. So this bias issue definitely has to do with, this is like probably the normal of this mesh is like exactly orthogonal to the light direction. So that would be the maximum bias value. So if I just raise this to like 0.4, it'll probably fix it. But in reality, okay, it's not fixed yet. In reality, the way to fix this though is, like I said, I have to linearize my oh, that messed that up. This is so delicate. I have to linearize my depth buffer for the shadow pass. Let me just change some values randomly. And after I linearize, I could do an actual calculation based on the normal of the face to determine how offset the bias should be, like legitimately. Yeah, I know it disappeared when I turn counterclockwise to false, but I just can't do that. That's not allowed. Because what's happening when I do that is right now the light's like over here. It's rendering all these trees and stuff as I see it. When I change counterclockwise to false, it's rendering the inside of these trees. And so the shadow is starting right here on this edge. And the shadow needs like a little bit of buffer to do its stuff correctly. So I think I just made it worse. So I'm gonna go to 0.008. Let's try this. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. My first guess was not right, apparently. I think it's getting better. Let me open my window, it's so hot. Well, it does seem to be slowly improving. Ugh. Man, I really need to linearize my depth buffer. I just... Or instead of that, I could change my bias function right now. Yeah. Well, wait, this actually... This looks right. Oh, shit. Is it? No, maybe. So when the cosine... Okay, I see why it's not right. I am right that it has to be 1 over this. Okay. Basically, when the dot product, so it's 1 minus the dot product of the light direction and the normal. So when it's the worst possible case, this dot product is going to be 0. So this becomes 1. So I don't technically need... I'm just redoing this. I had this part right, but actually it's 1.0 over this. So it goes between 1 and infinity. So now it goes between 0 and infinity. Right? Yeah. Assuming these are normalized, which I think they are. I mean, it is from the ramp, not just the trees. Yeah, I know. It's because the counterclockwise thing. It wouldn't cast shadows on that anymore. So here's my bias value. This is actually probably the correct value. And I guess the logic here is... Actually, I do want it to go between 1 and infinity. So now... Do I? It would give me more control if I don't let it do that. I'm not operator precedence, I'm not sure what you're talking about. So I'm just gonna try this. I'm just gonna say I'll replace this too then. Rope bias is bias strength times 0.001. Pick some random values. Let's try this out. So stick it here, here and here. You got 1 over bias minus 1 instead of... Yeah, I want 1 over bias. I want that. For what I was doing, because this is going currently between 1 and infinity. If I just do minus 1, it goes between 0 and infinity. So it's a question of, do I want it to go between 1 and infinity or 0 and infinity? And that would just change the bias math a little bit. If it goes between 0 and infinity, I have to have a min bias. Okay. It's just not strong enough yet. Let's try 0.4. Oh wait, point. I'll just continually slowly increase these numbers. Yeah, so if it goes between 0 and infinity, I'm scaling up some constant up to infinity, and then I would add a minimum bias. Okay, I'm like back in the same situation. What the fuck? But the difference is now, I think that bias value at that normal is probably some gigantic value. I hate this fucking slope, man. I could do something with this value right here. I want it to go closer to how would this work? Things that are close to 0, I want to get closer to 0. So that would be how this and 2. That might fix it. I'm adjusting like the scope of the thing. Okay, it did not fix it. Fuck. And let me double this number, kind of. One of these days, that's gonna go away. I don't know what to do now. I'll just double it again. Oh, you know why it's not going away? Holy shit. Wait, but it went away? That has to break so much other stuff. The grass normal is straight vertical. Like the grass has a manipulated normal to get it to shade correctly. There's not a good way to fix that then. And this looks super ugly over here now, so I kind of need to undo this. Like, this is not the right way to do it then. I think 0.2 actually looked kind of correct when I did that. So I'm reliant on that normal value. So it's like I need 2 normals, but I can't do that. So all the grass is just going to be like permanently fucked with their bias stuff. And yeah, like this on the backside of the trees, when I use this bias value, it looks a lot better. So I'd like to keep this. I might just not care about the grass because this is not the final solution anyways. Well, yeah, my plan, I mean, I'm not going to do that for this, but my plan in the future is to make something that bakes volumetric shadows into geometry, and then I'll have a pass that renders baked volumetric shadows. I don't know what to do about this. I mean, I don't have to fix it. It does, I'd say, like, the directional cascaded shadow map stuff I'm working on is, temporary for my Tokyo Game Show video. But I do think this little bit, just this tiny little bit right here, looks kind of unprofessional. I'm gonna try one thing. I have this option when I'm rendering this to say fixed depth is false. I don't know what this does, but technically my shadows do have a fixed depth. So it after Tokyo, well, I think it looks bad, but it's not that important. Okay, fixed depth does like seemingly nothing. I hate this stupid fucking bias thing. I could calculate. This would work technically. It feels kind of stupid to do this. I don't even think it'd be that inefficient though. Okay, so what I could do, I have my grass shader. I'll just do it for the grass shader now to keep it simple. This is not right, by the way. What the fuck is happening here? Okay, I'm gonna... Oh no. What is happening here? This isn't even used. Okay. That's probably in the grass edge occlusion shader too. Yeah. Occlusion color is used. So this is writing the diffuse, normal, and shadow, but I have an option. V-norm. Yeah, see, straight up. So I'm gonna write this is a norm 0. So view normal. This is edge occlusion. That's not what I'm wanting to do. I'll do it for both. Why not? Okay. And I have an option in my normal constants parts. What the fuck is it called? Normal constant. I was right. So there's a no shading option, which is 0.1. So what I will do is say normal is vec4, this no shading in the alpha channel. Okay. Now, that means I have to do the shading. So shaded or something. How's this gonna work? This, I think I'd do this as 0, 1, 0. Diffuse is, I guess, this color times this thing. Shadow is no shadow. Light directions. So these are global light directions. And this is a global up direction. Okay, so yeah, this is not that bad. Light directions, light colors, light intensities, up direction, 0, 1, 0. There we go. So this is my shaded color, and I'm also going to comment that. We will do the same thing in the edge occlusion shader. Like this, and then this. Okay, this might work. Let's try it out. Why would 1.0 be no shading, or did I miss something? 1.0, no, it's 0.1 is no shading. It's just a random constant I chose. In the directional lighting shader, it just says, is it supposed to be shaded? And all this does is checks the alpha value. So if the alpha value is greater than 0.15, it is shaded. That's all. No shading. Okay, so I have to import normal constants into the grass shader. And into the grass edge occlusion shader. Calculate color. Oh man. So I also, what? It's there. This one needs it. I don't think calculate color grass exists anymore. Could not find shader injection in the current map. Oh. Okay, fine. So this is because the map constants need the current map, which is, so now the grass shader needs the current map. So fuck me. And that, I think, also implies it needs all this other stuff. And so, apparently edge occlusion already needed it. So now it goes here. There we go. Well, it's fixed. I saw just a little bit of it right there. I could fix that one. Oh. This is the same issue. This... Fuck. This is just using... The stone always had it, it's just more visible now. Yeah, this is the same issue because the normal values of the stone are also forced to be straight up, but the stone... Hey, wait, also, this isn't getting shadows on it anymore. Is there any way to reconcile that? Color, you take shadow only gets used in the calculate color. Fuck. Come on, man. Okay, well, I wonder if... I have an idea. This is maybe the most reasonable thing to do. Normal alpha outlined. Why are you forcing the normal values? It looks really odd, actually, when you have... like you can see some creases here. It looks even more normal, and it looks even more correct in Blender than in my game. But you can see creases and stuff, and in my game, especially because it's cell shading, it looks very odd. So this means it's outlined. So I have no outline, no shading, and now I want no shading with shadow. So what is the implication here? No shading does have outline. So this one also does have outline. So this holds true. Outlined holds true. Okay. Normal alpha shaded. Now you're only shaded if this and alpha is less than 0.25. I could swap these around. This could be... This might be best here, right? 0.2, 0.3. So then I can say shaded is still greater than 0.25. What was it before, though? Before it was greater than 0.15. So yeah, this makes sense. Okay, does this hold true, though? I'm not sure. Outlined is less than 0.25 or greater than 0.35. Okay. So now I have no shading with shadow. So now I have normal alpha shadow, I guess. I'll call it with shadow. This one is 0.15 is how that works. Remote using smooth shading. My game is not smooth shaded, but even so, that the cell shading effect will not go away. Like the cell shading would just become smoothly interpolated, and it would still look like cell shaded. So I can say otherwise, if it's supposed to have a shadow, I can just say this is how it works, I think. Times shadow times 0.5 plus 0.5. That's what the shadow does. All right, let's see if that works now. Oh, I'm not writing the right value. That's why it didn't work. Well, it's probably why it didn't work. No shading with shadow goes into, gosh, shit. Okay, I need to say, to do, when I remove, what is this called? The shadow map stuff. Also, just write 1.0 into the normal value and don't shade it here. Same for the occlusion shader. Making more work for myself. So something down here, shadow generator, yeah. Shadow map code is removed. Change the grass shader to be shaded in the directional lighting pass. Okay. This guy, and then edge occlusion, you write no shading with shadow. Let's try this out. I think it'll work. Hey, wait, what the fuck? What? It's the actual normal value, isn't it? V norm is the view normal. You normalize it, and you write it. Fuck, man. Alright. I don't think I even changed the normals of this in Blender. These might be changed. I'm maybe not willing to go that far for this little issue, if these are already adjusted. I cannot really tell. I think they're not. Yeah, they look not straight vertical. So, although these normals don't look very much up, I would say. Yeah, like, okay, so well, only other thing I could really try is a back, like now it has the actual normal data, so I'm not willing to do this much, like I said, but change that to 0.4, and this, I want zeros to go closer to zeros, so I will PAL 2. It did partially fix it. I'm gonna leave it at that. This looks bad now. Is it worth how bad it makes the trees look? Maybe not. I might just leave that bug. I would be happy to leave that bug. Because I've had to change so much stuff and I don't like any of this. Trees will be more looked at, yeah. It's just having shadow bands is like very unprofessional. So, but this is not an actual long-term solution to shadows. This is my temporary shitty thing, so this is how this works. All right. Well, I've completed my task I just wrote. Nice. And I did change the shadow map code, yeah. It's a demo though, right? Yeah. But the better it looks, the better. But yeah, that's why, I mean, I don't have to get it perfect. Alright. Trees look better. Kind of. One other thing I wanted to look at that I think is just not right, probably. Over here, there should be shadows cast from the mountain that probably don't make sense. Yeah, like this. This is because where the light is, it's like this, see? Or something. So I think the correct way to fix this is not by changing anything to do with my shadow pass, but going into Blender and just taking these guys and disabling this. Because from the player's perspective, wait, it's all disabled. Wait, what did I disable? Oh, Atlas? That's not right. So actually, I have two options then. How many triangles is this? 4K? This could become its own draw call. That's probably maybe the best choice. It either becomes its own draw call or I actually do add more triangles. Because I do have to have this enabled. This is the same material as everything in the map. So it will get merged. So I could either make it a different material, which would separate it from everything in the map, and then I could cut this into pieces so it's only drawing the stuff that's actually relevant, but that's an additional draw call, or I just add geometry back here. And this is probably the only place that does it. Especially if I make the geometry big. If I make the geometry big, it's actually fine. Oh man, I hate... Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna edit all of this. Let's remove the sharp faces. And let's merge the vertices. And let's shade it flat. Okay. Skipping the song too. What the fuck is this? And... Huh? Okay. So this is kind of not that easy. Maybe I can select it this way. I wonder why I didn't continue here. That is a real face. That is a real face. It just decided not to continue. Yeah. Weird. Okay. Basically, this is what I want. And probably I'll do something like this. Yeah, this is fine-ish. Definitely doesn't have to be perfect back here. I will subdivide this and randomize it a little bit when I'm done. This is kind of want some type of lighting. Whatever. Okay, so like this guy can merge into this guy. Am I really gonna have to do this manually, I wonder? I can do vertex snapping. It's only like one or a couple I have to do, I think. Yeah, it's just gonna be like about that. I'm about done. Okay. There's that. You can also just add a plane to block the light. Yeah, but there is an actual chance someone's gonna get up here. And I mean, this is basically a plane. I'm gonna subdivide this a little bit and fix it a little bit. But this is like, they can do whatever they want in the game. All right, now we select this stuff. That looks basically right as well. Okay. Sure. Some of this stuff just looked fucked up for a second. This did. It doesn't matter. Now this guy. What? Oh, I just didn't grab all of it. Shit. More Blender streams. The fastest way to kill my viewership, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so last one then. I don't understand why this isn't selecting everything. There we go. That doesn't look right, but I guess it is. Okay. So let's just kind of adjust these randomly. No. Okay, whatever, fine. So might as well merge those. that. Okay, now I'm gonna... Hopefully that's good enough for the sun. I'm gonna try to randomize it just a little bit. You. Maybe I can... No, I can't do that. Can I select similar with height? Perimeter... Okay, apparently not. Well, anyways. Hope I'm not grabbing anything weird when I do these giant grabs. Okay, those are kind of all my pieces. Let's see. Grab anything weird? I guess not. So... I cannot subdivide this way like I wanted to. I can probably cut it myself. Yeah, this will be okay. Uh-oh. Why did that cut? Okay, this is kind of really not working, actually. Never mind. I guess I'll just subdivide. Oh. I only want to subdivide fucking... vertically, though. Maybe I can merge again by distance, and then now I can use this tool? Oh, wait, that kind of works. Okay. Nice. Good enough. And do it again, maybe. Alright. That's well enough subdivided. Some stuff over here, it looks to me like it got all fucked up. Like this stuff probably can just get merged. That can get dissolved. This face, these edges can get dissolved. I don't care about this. Actually, I think what makes it weird is that this is ending at some arbitrary location that makes no sense, so maybe I can merge them here. At least that's something. Like this too is weird. I guess I could merge these. Now it kind of makes sense. And then probably the edge of these is weird. So I want to snap these together. That guy goes there, that guy goes there. Okay. Where's the next edge? Over here? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, and now I don't know how to do this. So my sculpting probably. Sculpting on vertices. Modeling it's called? Wait, no, where is the sculpting tab? Sculpt mode. There we go. Sculpt mode apparently has to be... Okay. I don't know why it's not letting me sculpt all of this at once, which is definitely what I want to do, by the way. I'm sure there's a way to, like, fucking click this thing. Man, just let me edit all of them. What if I grab something else, like you? I'm gonna fuck something up so badly. This is not how I should be doing this. There's probably a randomized sculpt, which is why I'm trying to grab them. I thought there would have been a randomized sculpt. I mean, strips or something might work. I can't tell it doing anything. Am I not allowed to do this? Huh. Oh, there it is. I guess I have to do one at a time, kind of. What the fuck is that stuff? Oh, it's grabbing all of them. Okay, so I need it to not pass through. Which is this. No, which is... some button. I don't know. Allow selecting see-through items. Front faces only. That would work, but I need like visible only. Vertex only versus connected to the active vertex under the brush. They're kind of all connected. Vertex only vertices with a normal that faces the viewer. That's also kind of right, but that's not exactly... well, that is actually technically exactly right. Because that would be the same as backface. Okay. So now I can just kind of go, woo! And that thing's fucked up again. I think the brush size is too big, but also what can you do because... I only have so many vertices on this thing. Whoop, that wasn't right. I suspect to some extent I'm probably affecting things in the front here. But it doesn't really look like it. Oh, that does look like it. Yep. God damn it. How far can I undo? Okay, good. Hide the other side. It's not another side though. It's the same thing. It's the same mesh. So it's very hard to fix this problem. I could really limit the sculpting allowance here. Like, so they have this limit of 90 degrees. So it's half pi or half a circle. I could do like 30 degrees. Yep, that seems good. Fucking sculpt mode, man. Trying to make it somewhat random. See, it didn't affect anything. It basically didn't affect anything. Good. Last one. Even though this sucks to have to do on stream, it's gotta happen. Okay. Grab you two, grab you two. And edit everything with vertex snapping, and once again, we snap. Better than nothing. It's probably correct. Where is this guy's vertex? Where'd your vertex go, man? You're missing a vertex. This in there? Wait, no, I'm confused. What the fuck? This? That doesn't seem right. What is happening in here? I don't really care. If I can get this side looking right, it's fine. But it's just fucking weird. Okay. So if this... Bro. Maybe I should delete these faces. Okay, I think that's better. Now I'll subdivide this just to get a vertex. And now this vertex can go here. So there we go. Right, I think I'm done. Last thing is... Hey, thanks for the follow, man. This is like the peak boring part of my stream. Last thing is I have this function to apply, make everything like semi-smooth. So I have to run this again on all these bits. Because I just undid it. So there we go. Semi-smooth. Yeah. Nice, like that's a smooth face. Okay. So now there's a back face. Now the shadow should not draw gaps. So now let's try exporting again. And this will be a good test of my serializer thing because now that the GLB file has changed, the hash should change. And it should reload the level instead of reading the serialized level. Uh-oh, it seems to be missing a torch. Yep, it's fixed. Woo! Okay. Hey, yo, what's up? How's it going? Good. Hey, yo, what's up? What's up, man? I need to see where that torch went. Is there one over here? It's no, there's not. Okay, I'm just gonna stick a torch there. Fine. Why are you typing like that? Right side, paste. What the fuck? No snapping. Okay. So let's put that there, and then in physics... Hey! He doesn't have physics. Neither does he. Oh, man. What the fuck is this? Is that in physics? Okay, so... It has multiple. So what I'm gonna do is take this newly placed torch, stick him in physics, and then center my view. Merge vertices, select this face. Wait, no. Just select these faces. Actually, I can do it better. Just select this guy. Okay, now separate. Okay, good. Easy. Now you take this guy and you go apply these modifiers. All right, there it is. Physics mesh. Cool. Hey, where the fuck are my bridges? If you're having a bad day, I hope that I have made you valuable people happy with this initiative. Woo! Wait, where are my bridges? This is like actually very concerning to me. My bridges are gone. Oh. Oh, god damn it. Because I was looking at the textures. Okay, this wasn't here though, so that's good. Okay, fucking textures, man. Okay. I might just go ahead and add the log since I'm already in here doing all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, most things are here. I think all the logs are not here, right? So there's that. And then aren't there more logs? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that. Oh, that is there. Wait, what? That's how I solve the log problem? I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't like that. Some rocks. No, those are probably bushes. Like if I do this, I think there are probably a couple rocks on the map that aren't in, but for the most part, yeah, see the bushes are gone. It's hard to tell though, they're fucking the same. So I'm just gonna take these rocks and leave them as or these trees and leave them as triangles for now. Yeah, it was the bushes next to the bridge, yeah. I knew what you were talking about because that's tripped me up multiple times. Okay, so there's this log. This log. These ones might be here. These ones are here. So I think it's maybe only this guy. Good enough. Problem solved. Let's export the physics level. So you gotta select everything and export OBJ actually. Triangulate. That's it. Wait, it's done? Okay, shit, that's fast. All right. Physics though doesn't reload. What do I do about that? Guess it's fine. It's so fucking dumb though. What do I do? So the physics has no hash to check based on the OBJ. I could just... Okay, here's my stupid plan. This... I'm gonna say, if it's a grass map, load serialized of grass physics hash text. Oh, okay, thanks. Let me fix that. it fixed? Oh man, my microphone feedback is loud now. There we go. It must be fixed if that happened. Okay, so you load this. I'm just gonna skip this too. I want normal songs again. This isn't really normal. Hash files and then a fallback and then reuse memory can be false. Okay, so this is the hash file. Fallback. It's gonna be an integer. Turn 0. That's it. Oh, and what you do is file delete delete file. Okay, man. Just autocomplete, fucking please. File delete. If the hash of obj, I'm just piggybacking off of this other serialize function. If the hash of obj has changed. Okay, this one doesn't even do it at all. That's fucking weird. Serialize. Then delete the coda body, so it has to remake it. So that should do it. And it's going to save it as just some hash txt that has 0, which is nothing. So I guess the test for this would be, I feel like I'm lagging. I guess I'm not though. Yep, it's there. Cool, that worked. Okay. Graphics are looking pretty good. Now I need to make the lights flicker, but I'm not super feeling good about that. What's next? Task map. Done. Add in the backlight. I'm removing the try to linearize depth buffer thing because I kind of removed all the shadow banding without doing that, except that one little spot. And since the cascaded shadow maps are temporary, I don't really care, and that task might be hard. So I'm just not going to linearize the depth buffer. It is fine as it is. Oh, you can see way back there, like right at this spot, right here, that edge. When it converts from the near field shadow map to the cascaded shadow map, you can see some pixels. There you go, like that. See the interpolation? That's pretty interesting. It like interpolates between the two shadow resolutions. Okay, the game is looking good. Yeah, I guess I'll try to make the lights flicker before I go. Making the lights flicker. It's really hard to see on stream. Oh, really? I have to fix my character too. Okay, talking again. You know, Raunchy, I'm pretty sure made this character. So, a couple of pixels you were talking about I wasn't able to see. You're probably just looking at the wrong spot, honestly. It was actually pretty visible. But whatever. So to make the lights flicker, okay, I have an idea. So I'm going to test this first of all to see if this will even work at all. I can just basically in the gameplay scene when I construct my lights, I don't know where that happens. I can just times random get 0 to 1 open times 0.2 minus. So I'm just I just want to see if it flickers at all and if it looks okay. And if it does, I'm going to smooth it and interpolate it. So it is flickering, and of course it's in a really ugly way because that's happening 144 times a second. The problem is I'm not sure this is right. This might be harder than I'm anticipating, but I do think I need to do it because this isn't for Tokyo Game Show. This is actually part of the game. So basically what I think needs to happen is when you load the map, you have these point lights. Each point light is going to have like 10 or maybe 10 intensity values and then 10 maybe color values, and calculating the color values is going to be hard, but that's fine. And then it's going to interpolate through them using some Hermite function. Yeah. So this is probably not that hard. Level point light. I'm back, almost didn't make it. And by make it, I mean make it out alive. Today was a big, thick day. What are you talking about? I added a new emote. I found it in I'm a Cutie Pie's chat. Drake Wide. Great emote. Level point lights. Okay, so this basically, the position stays the same. This is some 10 Vec 3, this is some 10 float. Wait, I don't see it. I have to refresh my emotes. Reload channel. Drake Wide. Wait, I still don't see it. What the hell? And that's no fun. I guess my version of... Wait. Wait, I do have 7TV on here. Why can't I see it? Let me relaunch Chatterino. Yeah, Drake White is still not here, man. What the hell? I don't know why. You guys see it? No? Hang on. Drake Wide. It is 7TV. Show it is in my emotes. Did I not add it right? It's censored, unlisted. Hey. Hey. It's so bad. They're censoring us. But it's in my emo list, so what the fuck is happening? I'm pretty sure it's all I have to do. Yeah, it's connected. Assign. Yes, it's connected. Switch the active to my emotes. Wait, did that fix it? Where is my Drake White emote? Fuck. Is man... Yeah, the rest of the emotes, that's a 7TV emote. It can be added to your channel, but we cannot verify it is saved. I think it got removed. Is this not allowed? Is this not allowed on Twitch? Maybe I have to upload it myself. This is how I get my account banned, I think maybe. Do they ban you for adding 7TV emotes that are sketchy? They can't, right? Yes? Are you sure? Are you talking about Twitch banning you? Yes, Twitch banning me. Yeah, not 7TV, Twitch. I want this emote, man. Okay, I've uploaded it myself and I've added it. Is it here? Damn it. I don't know if we're getting this emote today. I don't know why we're not getting this emote either, though. Maybe restart Chatterino again. I think let me open my stream. I think it'll work if I look at it without Chatterino. Chatterino's kind of weird. Drake. Oh, there it is. Can you see that in Twitch? I see it on Twitch. I don't see it on Chatterino. I've been able to see it from the start. I'm sorry. Yeah, Chatterino is just broken, but it works on Twitch. Chatterino is like kind of known to be broken with 7TV though. Okay, let's do this. So how do I do this? I think I'm gonna modulate the red value. Wait, no, that looks really bad. Modulating green looks good because it goes between yellow and red. Okay, so I modulate the green value. Wait, why is Photoshop not on stream? Okay, so for I, 0, colors count, -1, colors I is... light color, we modulate the green value. So we do this times something. Hey, Wyoming, thanks for the follow. This is random get 0 to 1 open times 0.2 minus 0.1. Something like that. And then clamp this plus that to 0 and 1. Did you follow for the Drake White emote? If I could sneak that emote past Twitch approval to get it as a sub emote, I would so do that. But that's probably how you get banned. I tried to get Kana kill myself as a Twitch emote, and Twitch disapproved it like 5 times. I tried a bunch of different ways. Anyways, that's all I do there. Now intensities. Light intensity. This is a level point light. What's it called? Is it called a fat point light? A level. I should be a fat point light. I guess it could just be point lights, right? Alrighty. Fat point light. So intensities is light intensity, and then I guess I will also just modulate something. I don't know what to do for this one. I really don't know. The intensity value is like in the thousands, so I'm gonna say like plus 500 times okay. Random get 0 to 1 open times 500 minus 250. It's fine like this. So that's it. And then it has colors and intensities. We will try this. This is actually probably not how it should work, because not every light in the game necessarily is going to want to flicker, but I think all of them currently do. So, colors, intensities. I'm gonna go work on my game for now. See ya, Sierros. So here's all my point lights. Now I can interpolate between them and have the light flicker. It's not gonna be super easy. The way I want to do this is most similar to I have a particle system for like a dust particle system. This interpolates things. So you get your, this is basically exactly what I want to do. Something like this. Except it's not really progress. This can happen here. Time, it's just time over some duration, and I'm gonna give it like, for now, we'll do 1 second, so it goes really fast. Oh wait, what I mean is, actually that's fine. Is Fmod, did he ever remove Fmod cycling? I think he did. Okay, he did not. We use Fmod cycling, this cycle on 1. So that's your progress. All of this can happen here. So I will say color count. This, how do I do this? This is fine. Colors count. Intensity count. And intensities. And it's just called point lights, by the way, now. So this is color index 1. Whoops. Well, I hope this works. Actually not very confident about this. Because I'm just not sure about how it's gonna wrap. I think it will work, except maybe not wrap correctly. But maybe it will. And then I actually just do the same thing for intensity. Intensity index. Intensity count. And this does give me the option to have different, like, what's it called? Octaves, I guess, of colors and intensities, so it pulsates at different speeds and doesn't look super symmetrical. Okay, so now I have to interpolate though. So color 1 is light colors, color index 1. Let's get all the stuff I need. The 3 colors, the 3 intensities. Oh shit. Color 1 intensity. Intensities. Okay, that looks right. This also goes here. So that would be color index progress. I guess that's right. Kind of losing my mental image here of actually what the fuck is happening. Intensity index 1. Okay. So the color can be calculated through this. This is simple enough of color index progress. But intensity is not that easy. Because this function, well, it is that easy, but it needs a float, which is what's so fucking weird. Tangent, float. Hermite points, float. Okay. And so I just need a new Hermite function for floats, which I guess is fine to do. I've never done this. I don't see why you couldn't. And actually, this is probably all you do. This should work. So I have my point floats, my tangent floats, and it interpolates between those like smoothly up and down on a line, basically. Okay. Let's try it out. Intensity 1, intensity 2, intensity 3, intensity index progress. Cool. There's my intensity. Here's my color. Oh. Okay, so this now, where that I'm overriding this color, this has to go in my level manager when I construct these lights. So I have my initial color. So actually, it becomes this. This is the color I want for now, until I figure out what the fuck Blender's doing. Let's try it. Did not match any possible overloads. What the fuck is color then, if not a vector 3? Oh, it's a float 64. So progress can just be a float. That's it. Rate wanted a float given a vector 3. Gameplay scene 450. Intensity. Maybe I defined it incorrectly. Intensity should be floats. Intensities are in fact floats. Uh-oh. Maybe my function's incorrect then, my function definition? Yep, that's it. This is a float. Colors that counts, that's a problem. 470. What was it? Level manager 474. Oh, level manager. 474. Count. So I'm basically just inserting a bunch of random values into this fixed 10 size array, and I'm just going to interpolate between them. So it is doing it. It's hard to tell exactly. Also, it looks really weird when it becomes a lighter color. I think it needs to become a darker color. So a darker color would imply... Go to green. Subtracting green. So I'm only going to subtract green. So that's the first thing I'm going to change here. So hang on. This is green. Let's just do minus this times 0.2. Okay, only subtracting green. And then the other issue is, I did this on purpose, but it's way too fast. Let's try 5 seconds. So I did it super fast to be sure I could actually see it flickering. But I need to slow it down. Okay, it's still way too fast. Am I not? Oh, this is why. I still have that randomness in the intensity. So the intensity actually has converted into radius. So the randomness and the intensity is affecting the radius now. Can barely see it. I do see it change. You see it changing color and like pulsating. Looks kind of really bad. It does look really bad. So that's what I meant by I think the color function is going to be hard to get right. Let me change it back to 1 second. I have a message. What? Okay. It looks super bad. Okay. Super bad. Really horrible. I think it's the colors that make it look so bad though, by the way. I can either remove the color interpolation entirely, and in fact, let me try that. So we will just give it, oh, there's no such thing as that. Okay, if I'm removing the color interpolation, I will just remove that line where I'm adjusting the green value. I think if I actually want to flicker the color, I have to come up with an actual algorithm that like corresponds to fire. So this is just radius now. It looks better. Let me go look at something else. I can actually barely see it over here. Yeah, I can barely see that shit. Barely see it here too. I could just change the, I can do like 1,500. Make it double the strength, and then I am gonna add this back, but as like 0.02. I don't want like any color changing at all. Let's see how this looks. I don't know, man. I think what makes it look weird, actually, if you can see it happening, is that they're exactly on the same cycle. I think that's odd. So maybe I don't know. If I don't do them on the same cycle, all of this code has to go inside here. And I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, alternatively, this might just be a bit too strong. Before it was too weak. I'll just try some stuff here. See how this looks. One other thing I want to do. From this distance, it's kind of okay. I'd say this looks kind of fiery-ish. I think I can subtract more than just 0.02. I can't see the color changing at all. I just want to, like, barely see the color changing. Why am I lagging so much up there? I think I can see the color changing now, technically. The colors in the lights are still not right, though, so I'm not that worried about this looking correct yet. I think I am maybe willing to have it go up a little bit. So I can do times 0.06 plus minus 0.06 plus 0.02. And it's okay. It's just, yeah, you don't really notice it, but I mean, it's there. That was supposed to get exported. The physics is there. I guess I just didn't export the level. Let me do that real quick. It is there, right? Yeah, there it is. Export GLB grass. I like now that I'm loading this thing as a GLB and I added all this additional logic to like merge similar models and stuff like that. The whole level, like updating the level has become like 100 times easier. There it is. Nice. In that split a little like 2 seconds, it loaded all the levels, merged all the material geometries, etc. Okay, that's fucked up. See that happening? That's not good. It's only when I stand like here. Interesting. What are you doing to cause that? I'm curious about one more thing also. I have this helper function to calculate shadow view matrix, so it's a gigantic function thing. So it like snaps the pixels. Am I using all of these things? Fixed view direction should be true. Is it true when I render my shadows? Yes, okay, so it's fine. Fixed shadow direction also true, okay. I'll look at that in render doc. That might be the best thing to do. Yeah, let's do that. If my computer will stop freezing, man. Okay, so right about here. Boom. All right. So there is a shadow pass at some point. Where the fuck is it? Oh, that's cool. Look at that. That's the light, the torch light thing. Ooh. Okay, so this. I think this is not the one I care about. Oh, look at that. What the fuck? Maybe this is the one I care about. So one of them, though, this one is, how big is this texture? This is a 4K texture. Are they both 4K textures? Yes, they are, so I can't tell that way. But I have a cast. Okay, so this is the non. This is the. It's totally missing, by the way. Oh. I think it's because I think I can fix it probably in one line of code just to show what the problem is. So this is happening in level manager. This is rendering the scene opaque. So this, I think it has to do with the camera frustum. Yes, it definitely has to do with this. Oh shit. Okay. This camera frustum is like pre-calculated. This camera frustum is pre-calculated when you update your view matrix at the start of the render pipeline. The shadow has its own view matrix. Why does that look so wrong? Whatever. So yeah, it never goes away. So, okay, that's just something I have to fix. I think it's this way because calculating the camera frustum is actually not that cheap. Is it? Update camera position, and like it makes sense that logically you'd think it only has to happen once. It's just a bunch of transforms, so like I just don't want to do this for every single object in the game. But this is easy to fix. So the actual solution here, the actual solution is when I'm rendering with my shadow stuff. So I update my view matrix and my projection matrix. I have to recalculate my camera frustum. So you just say old camera frustum is camera frustum and then create a new one. This is the same as this. So actually, I'll just pass these two things in. And then defer, set it back. And I also have to do this here. So I've created a new camera frustum with my shadow information. This one is cascaded view and cascaded projection. And then I set it back. And so now, I don't know, like this frustum though, by the way, is, I'll try it. It's probably just based on the matrix, it'll work. But the shadow frustum is it's an orthographic projection matrix. My frustum is a perspective projection matrix. So I just don't know if the create camera frustum code works with orthographic matrices. But I guess it does, kind of. Yep, it seems fine. Nice. Cool, works. And let me just walk around a little bit. You can see the light flickering, neato. In a really obviously repeating bad way. Oh shit. Well, I'll think about that later. Adding any more than 10 intensity values on a given light is kind of a lot of memory for something really stupid. I mean, the map is looking really good now. The lighting improvements helped a lot today. The shadows are improved. All these lights exist and they're flickering. I can see just like a little bit of shadow banding as I move around my map, but that doesn't really matter. Alright. Task done. Make porch lights flicker. Woo! Cool. Okay, I'm gonna find someone to host. If you guys that are watching have not already done it, please wishlist Fat Goblins on Steam, because it helps the Steam algorithm a lot for indie game developers. A Mudbound Dragon is streaming. He makes some cool stuff. He does like Pico 8 stuff. Is there anyone else I know streaming though? Not really. Alright, time to host Mudbound Dragon. I will probably be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, because I kind of finished this level implementation now. I mean, I might be doing door physics tomorrow, which are it's actually pretty interesting and good looking, or the second map. So I'll be back tomorrow to do one of those. So yep.